This is what was there. An old industrial building made from 12-centimeter bricks with some steel trusses, rusty. No architect would have left this and used it again. We knew we could build 3 more floors on top of that existing building, but we also knew it wasn't strong enough to support this. We made a first sketch on what we would like to do and what we were allowed to do, so that we knew what do we have to look for, what materials do we have to look for. We employed 2 people just as material scouts to run around with a bicycle in a town to find material from construction sites, or when the construction is announced already. That's much better. The more time you have, the better. So they went around during about 8 months and localized all the things we needed: electric fittings, stairs, radiators, balustrades, ceiling elements, windows, cladding, and whatever else we could find. We started off in our own construction site, the one I showed you before. There we had dismantled a whole steel frame, and we did it with a lot of strength, spanners, and we could thus save all the steel, which has a very high embodied value of CO2. We set it aside, checked it by an engineer. There were no rust. There was perfect quality, Swiss quality. So we were allowed by the engineer to use them. On the other side of the road of our site, they were demolishing windows. Windows with 3 glazed aluminum frames. Can you imagine? To be thrown away. We took a trolley and we walked over the road and took these windows. We didn't know yet how to embody them into the new construction, but we knew we wanted them. Our material scouts, in the meantime, had found this building. It's only 28 years old, and it was to be demolished. The builder agreed that we could take out material as much as we can, but he didn't give us time. I asked, but when can we start? He said, yeah, maybe the 1st of April. But then when are the tenants gone? 30th of March. So that's not even a day in between. So I was clever enough by then to ask, what side are you starting with the demolition? And he said, this side. So I said, okay, we start on the other side. And that gave us time to save these beautiful windows. They're 3 glazed as well, aluminum frames, perfect for reutilization. On the outside of the building, we found this nice stairs, emergency staircase, but it's not only emergency, it can also be used as a normal access stair. The only thing was that the steps are given, so we had to adapt to the height of the steps with our new building. We have to inverse the design process. The entrepreneur who had built the stairs was very happy when we called him, and he helped us to dismantle the whole stair and to put them on again. We also needed some facade, so it could have been timber, as in the sketch, but we found these metal panels in a very attractive red, and we took them. But the isolation, which is yellow here, we left it because it's very short fibers, which can become a health problem in the future. We also got a lot of radiators, used ones, made from iron, cast iron, so they can never be destroyed, and we took them. After 8 months, we had a lot of material ready, so we redesigned the house. The red metal panels, you see the existing bricks, you see a lot of windows, different windows, the ones we caught. We then made our plan, and you see this green line. No, you don't see the green line there. Yes, exactly. The floor plan is a trapeze, but then our steel beams were much longer. So we asked the engineer, do we really need to cut them? Or can we have the normal floor plan from the second floor onwards being a square? And he said, yeah, why not? No problem. So we decided to start from the trapeze form and increase to the square form. We also built a model where you can see the metal cladding, then the aluminum windows, then a frame of used wood panels, and the new insulation, straw. From the other side, we covered the straw with clay, which makes a very good climate inside the house. We had found doors, and we had these granite plates from this 20-year-old building. We then asked for a building permit, and together with the plans and our list of materials which we had, and this model, they agreed that we could build the house like this. So we could start. And you see now how this structure protrudes over the trapeze form. And the client was happy because he has some more square meters to rent, and we were also happy. We then covered the structure with some other metal sheets and cast an 8-centimeter concrete floor. We had learned already how to do the facade elements. We put our windows in there and fitted the elements, the prefabricated elements. Yeah, the small problem with the red metal sheets, because they didn't really fit. So we had to join them like this, because like this, it wouldn't be watertight. So we just had it protrude one on top of the other. And this is how the finished rooms look like. They were rented out before they were finished because people liked this atmosphere. This is how the nose looks like, where the steel beams were too long. And that's how we got this Holcim prize for sustainable construction. We used 70% of used materials and saved at least 60% of CO2 as compared to a construction with new materials. One condition of the owner of the building was that we would accompany the construction scientifically. And the result of this was a book written together with the university, which is just nearby. And we are very happy that is now also translated into English. Now I just show you an intermediate small project, but it goes in the exactly same direction. When the war broke out in Ukraine, we were thinking about how we could help, and we know that so many windows are thrown away in Switzerland, and in Ukraine, with the bombardment, they are broken as well. So we decided to try and transport our windows to Kiev. And we calculated that we needed only 20% of the embodied energy for this long transport. So we decided that the reuse should become part of the strategy for the reconstruction of Ukraine. We haven't reached that goal yet, but we hope that the SDC and the UN agencies, they will become they will take note of our project. We have now sent 43 lorries. See that our colleagues in Poland have had exactly the same idea, only their transport distance is much smaller. So we fill the windows into lorries, we send it to Ukraine, and there they are distributed by NGOs and built in again. Even if the sizes do not completely match, there is no problem to make a hole a bit bigger or to fill it with foam. I don't normally use foam, but in this case, I think it's a very intelligent solution. Not allowed to make living areas. So they asked us, what can we do if we can't build houses? And we made a participative approach and defined the area as a location for urban production, because it's near to the main station in Zurich. The repair workshop has been moved outside of town, and this wonderful piece of land was getting free. They were happy with these ideas, and they gave us the commission to build also these rooms for urban production. But what does it mean, urban production? For example, we have a soap factory, we have a beer factory, of course, things which need to be near their customer. Here we had to put another floor, and to put the floor, the pillars had to be reinforced. We decided to leave the existing ones and strengthen them, and this meant also that we had to do some more foundations. We decided to cut the foundations from another part of pieces of concrete besides the existing foundation of the pillars. Looks quite nice. And on top of this new foundation, we put new pillars. So we have a threefold pillar now, and it looks quite good. And these three pillars support the new floor. From the first floor, you don't see anything, but that all. The next building to transform in the same area was a 10,000 square meter big hall, where they had driven in the whole carriages from the SBB and repaired them and cleaned them. Also here, we proposed to make urban production and were commissioned to do it. So we went again looking for used parts. This is balconies from a hospital which was demolished. We couldn't avoid or prevent it from being demolished, so at least we used the balconies. And we went to look at SBB, at the Federal Railways themselves, if they had any construction material which they didn't need anymore. And they had. They are exchanging these electricity masts all the time, even if they are still good, and they don't know what to do with it other than melting it down. So we
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you, Andrea, Mikael. I'm really, really happy to be here and in this fantastic city and in this really wonderful conference. So I want to start by giving you a glimpse of who is UN Studio. And we are very proud, you can see here, of how diverse we are and how much we all enjoy our profession. Or is it a profession, or is it an art, or is it a very difficult task? And maybe sometimes for me, it feels also a little bit like a moral dilemma. I suppose it being all of these things and maybe different things to different people, I also think for that reason, the theme that you have chosen of repair is very appropriate. And I also want to actually respond very seriously to it and have selected projects that I want to show to you that all in some way or another relate and respond to your theme. So, as I said, we are very diverse. From the beginning, our outlook has been very international, and maybe that is actually a typically Dutch thing. But of course, who you are and where you come from is very much formative to what you do. And we are from one of the most densely populated and also most urbanized countries in the whole world. So a lot of the vision and a lot of what I will be saying also this afternoon also comes from that particular experience. So as you can see, yeah, this is just simply our daily reality in our small country. So going back to some of our earliest beginnings of US Studio, I want to really take a quick look at what we did right at the beginning. And it was very unusual, of course, as a young, very inexperienced practice to be put in charge of something major like a new urban bridge, as we were in Rotterdam with the Erasmus Bridge. And if I link it very directly to your theme of repair, I think this is very much about bringing these two different parts of the city together, because this is a very literal connection between the north and the south at a time when the south of Rotterdam was a very poor and very undeveloped area. So the function of the bridge was to be a catalyst to make all that development possible. And yeah, as it says here, emancipate in a way that part of the city to really make it possible to become an attractive area for people who want to move from one side to the other. As a rule, you belong either to the north or the south. To change that and to really make this part of this city whole again over this crossing this very wide expanse of river. And this bridge was therefore actually designed in a master plan already, dedicated by the master planner of the city to become a very special bridge. Not just an everyday pedestrian crossing, but to really make a gesture, a placemaking um, uh, um, event as well. And crossing the bridge has to be almost an event. And the whole installation of the bridge also was an event. And had a lot of controversy around it. I'm not going to go into the whole history of the bridge straight away, but I think everything you do, if you are an architect or someone else, everything you do that wants to make a new departure is also always going to be controversial, but something I now firmly convinced of, that in the end that makes it even more embraced by people. But of course that someone would like this bridge so much that they would tattoo on their back, I would absolutely never have expected at all. But this bridge was so formative for the US studio that we later became. It was very technologically underscored by adapting, that was at that time, CAD systems that were in their infancy, making them bespoke to make this possible is a real foundation of the US studio that we are today. And also, what we learned from this is to collaborate across many, many different disciplines. And that also is what about 10 years later inspired us to change from Van Berkel and Bos that we were at that time to UN Studio. We were so happy that we could, after this project, immediately continue to another project that takes public transport as an opportunity for placemaking, for identity of space, and for connections. And that was Arnhem Central, a big master plan including a station. But what we never could have anticipated then is that it actually would take 20 years of our lives to realize this project ultimately. So it was an enormously challenging process because primarily it really was we were the city of Arnhem was in a great impasse because I'm going to go back a little bit to go back to the overview city of the station in the town. The location of a railway station is always in the ownership of the Dutch National Railways. But the problem that this city had was that they only had a temporary station building because the actual station had been bombed in the Second World War. So they were already dealing with a far too small, very inconvenient station for 40 years. And the National Railways was not making this site a priority. So mending relationships is about that. We helped the city put these questions on the table. Who owns a location? Is it really based on you own the land? But that can be a financial transaction. Ownership should maybe more rightly be expressed in who uses it. And so by collecting also information, data, simply from bus tables, train tables, we were not so advanced technologically with data banks, etc., in those days as we are now, we could help build up a case for the city to be in a position to take the initiative. But as I told you, it still then took 20 years to ultimately realize this, so it was not an easy process. But it did work, and a second mending or healing act that took place maybe in this station has to do about it being a multimodal transportation hub. You could say maybe also a city room, a hub that is providing a very agreeable place to stay while you wait for not just your train or your taxi, but also the bus. I don't know how it is in Mexico, but in the Netherlands, if you go by bus, you are traditionally a little bit of a second-class passenger. You get at most a little plastic roof over your head, a shelter normally. You certainly don't get a comfortable lounge area. So by reinterpreting this as a multimodal transportation hub and city room, we also, I believe, brought some equity to transportation system and to different types of transport users. And this is also something that we can keep in mind if we want to stimulate people to use also public transport more. What was very significant about this project also is that it also includes the construction of several towers. So there's an input of project development which liberates finances to also helps create the more public part of it. And also what we did at the moment, the station has now been in use some 10 years, and we could still see it still works. Our design approach was also very holistic. So we try to avoid many columns. We also were very strict with programming, trying to avoid having many shops there, many kiosks, a lot of waste. And this all results in very comfortable, very safe public spaces that have clear sightlines and have intuitive wayfinding. And those are principles that we very strongly believe in, that are super, super important to enhance these kind of spaces, which are so important in our daily lives, because we don't just live and work, we are constantly moving in between the two of them. So the quality that we can bring to those in-between spaces we think is very important. And again, so I'm going to stick with this theme of public transport for a bit longer. A few years ago, we were also tasked with trying to think about this in a completely different condition, namely in the Middle East. And there is very little incentive for people to use public transport there. Oil is cheap, everyone is rich, so everyone has at least one car, if not 5, and they have no interest at all in using public transport. Especially, of course, in view of the climate. So it's a very real problem that you don't want to walk around when the temperature is like that. We also learn then that a challenge never comes alone. If you get one challenge, you get 3. So how this project started is we were doing a competition. I don't know how it is for the architects that you are here in the audience, but still a lot of our work happens through competitions. So in this case, we had about 3 months' time to design 2 lines with over 80 stations. And we had to provide 2 alternatives for that. This is now the current reality. It is already being constructed and been in operation since 2022, and is really a very fast, very efficiently run driverless train system. At the moment, this is still planned. At the moment, there are, I think, 37 stations realized and are 2 lines. So how do you do that? Of course, it's not possible to design 80 stations all by yourself and have them be built in such a quick um, time frame. So we also are challenged to think about our own profession, our own habits, our own ways of working. If we want to make a difference and with questions that are also around in the world today, we can take it as an interesting challenge to reinvent some of our own practices. So what we did is decide we cannot design this all ourselves. What we should do is design a system whereby we can invite dozens, maybe hundreds of other design practices to work with those guidelines, and also many construction companies. There's not one construction company big enough even to do all this, and let alone the time simply wasn't there. So this was a really interesting exercise for ourselves. So one of the 2 alternatives that we provided to the client, and so we were lucky enough to win the competition, they chose this one. It has a lot of OG curves that are a reference to their local identity. Also the materials reference that. But these curves, of course, are so vital to get just right. And if we work with all these dozens of different designers and architects, we don't want that some curves go like this and others sag, and they also are the wrong ones. So we have to make our guidelines very specific and very easy to follow. In other words, we have to have computer experts now in-house who can write scripts that others can use easily. So all this is what we did. And this is actually every day going further. All those technological demands and requirements and expertise that we are building up. And please don't ask me anything about it because I just don't know. But the experts are there who can really do this. And that's what that's our investment as a contribution to hopefully, a better future for all of us. So here we can see how this systematically builds up, because you have, of course, not only one type of station. There are stations that are very simple and basic like this, but there are also complex ones. There are ones that, there are, quite a range of different typologies that come into it, and that are then all broken down systematically as a toolbox for others to jump into. So again, that same lesson from the Erasmus Bridge: cross collaboration across multiple disciplines, openness, sharing attitude comes back into this project as well. And hey, some of you may have been there, so it was finished in time for those football cup, World Cup events. That was the ultimate goal for this whole project. And I think Mexicans were probably the biggest group of foreign tourists and people traveling here to enjoy that. And they enjoy the metro too. So with all these local details that give identity to the place, it also is meant to incentivize people, to make it attractive for them to use who to use this system and provide a fun experience and a pleasant and comfortable experience with, again, that easy and intuitive way of usage. And yeah, I'm going to stick to the theme of challenges. So of course there is more that UN Studio does than just these, well, but then public transport and infrastructure projects. We have also been experimenting a lot with the tower typology. And as we are, you know, I told you, we come from a very dense, very urbanized background in the Netherlands, but many of our cities are growing and they have natural limitations, many of them. So for many cities, there is no alternative but to go up, to go for high rise. So high rise is already a big part of our cities, and so therefore deserves a lot of our attention. This is a project we've been working on for the past few years, another competition we won and is moving forward slowly, albeit. Is a project called South Bank, and it's in Melbourne. This is an kind of bold choice. What we did here is we went a little bit against the competition brief. Always a risk and often not wise, not to be recommended, but in this case it built off the program requirements were super high, so almost the only way, if you want to stay within the allowed perimeters of the block, is to make quite a big slab. As you can see, it's in an area that's already quite densely becoming populated by a lot of towers. So we decided to actually push outside the allowed envelope, so push them to the side instead of having the step that you normally have, but create a gap in the middle, create air, and use that gap to bring some of the context. This is a green boulevard that leads all the way from the Botanical Gardens in Melbourne, bring that up to the inside in a sort of a twisting way. And this also then make a public winter garden on top, have a lot of green at super high altitude. This is also we're now also going to challenge landscape architects to make this possible. And yeah, here we can see that a little bit of that green context that we are coming from. And another very recently completed tower in Dubai, where we are also a little bit using these twisting gestures to separate, put ourselves a little bit apart and to hint towards another future of what a tower can be. It's not a glittering, cool, isolated object. It is a lot softer in profile, and it is completely clad with a ceramic tile that optically almost dissolves in the desert storm. With a project I also want to show that is under construction now, we are again working with that multiplicity of towers responding to each other, forming a family together, being very, very different from the mono tower all on its own. It's a location that's in Frankfurt. This is what is remaining on the site. It is a site of the former National German Bank. And for this has been closed already for some time, but this block completely was a closed block for many, many years. So this is a very a closed-off location. And like the double towers of Melbourne, where we try to break it up and create air and make movement possible, we are also doing that here. And we are here, it's now 4 towers that sort of sprout from that old building. So part of the project is a little bit of regeneration and reuse, but of course there is going a lot on top of that. But as in the project in Melbourne, we also create a public platform, a podium level, creating a double ground level. We want to try, as we are going, to give back to the city, and so also give back public space at the higher levels. So opening up this closed block, making it a lively urban plaza that people, all sorts of people can use and meet, because these 4 towers are also completely mixed use. Even one of them is social housing, but we also have hotels, apartments, offices, a real mixed use in one envelope. And while the towers have some resemblance to each other, they are also all different. And that is a sort of a tendency we started with this project, which is in China, and which also is 2 towers that have a relationship to each other. They engage also in a kind of a contrapposto movement, so they don't look at each other, you don't look into your opposite apartment, but you do have a lot of views of the surroundings. This is in a beautiful old city in China called Hangzhou, and there are views to the river. You see here, there are views to the famous West Lake, and this is a sort of a twin tower project that also has for the first time, and so it sounds repetitive, but we do it different each time, brings this mixed use in one envelope. So there is also here multimodal a big retail podium, and then finally we have these towers which are also mixed use with different apartments, service apartments, hotel, offices. And we still don't work enough with mixed use. And we are firm believers in it. We think it is central to creating a neighborhood, a community that is always active, that has always something going on, which you will never have in a mono-functional area, which is either active after office hours, because that's when people go home, or it is only, if it's all offices, it's only active during the day. So very important question, of course, for all of us. I mentioned community, neighborhood, active, lively, engaging. Are there techniques that we can develop? How can we harness our experience to give this the best chance to happen in the projects that we are lucky enough to work on? So this is it's quite a recent project, and I think less than a year ago it opened. It's in Amsterdam. It's a campus, they call themselves, for a tech company. And this is placed on the sort of the last vacant lot on the Dutch waterfront. And the whole waterfront has in the last 10, 20 years been reimagined, completely transformed, and it's full of beautiful buildings. And so this was the last piece of the puzzle that we could work on. And this campus is not just for that company, it also is again combined with apartments. But as we were finalizing the construction of this project, the pandemic happened. And our ideas on what is work, what is the future of work, that we have all been, of course, often being confronted with, because we all know that work is changing and how people want to work and how we can work is changing. But that became very acute in this company too. This is full of tech workers from all over the world, the whiz kids who they need for their for their company. So for these people, it is really important that it is an attractive place for them to come to, because while the pandemic happened, they all got used to work from home, and now the client is very happy with the building. They have created all these spaces where people can meet informally, where they can, well, you saw it, where they can eat together, where they can do yoga, do climbing, all sorts of activities and enjoy. And these meetings are vital. So if they do a lot of work from home as well, the company is completely fine with it. So this also, it is, of course, needs to be accessible for many different abilities, but for all those abilities, we want it to be a very healthy building as well. And those are the basic principles that we worked with in this project. I'm sort of slowly going towards the conclusion of my presentation, and so I want to finish a little bit with where I started, and that is our real roots in public infrastructure and public transport as such important place in the city. And we last year won a competition again for the transformation and regeneration of a big station in Madrid. So Madrid has its extensive public transportation network, and it is it's very important for the life of the city to keep the city flowing. This is the location we are talking about. So again, a little bit like the Erasmus Bridge, this is a real vital catalyst towards restoring life, attractiveness, future potential to a whole large area. It's more than the station itself. This is the reality that we find there today. It is an old shell structure that has seen better days, obviously. And how can we reimagine it? So again, as also per our experience with Arnhem Central, the part of the project is going to be made possible by also adding some towers. They provide finances. In those towers, one of the towers, also the Spanish Railway Company headquarters will be based. It's a very, it's a way to develop a city and to release funds to enhance the public arena. So these old shell structure we saw as having enormous potential. And they are, what we did is, you see here, this is a different side to the station. I'll go back one, sorry to be so chaotic. But we are really working with the four entirely different sides of the location, give each its own face and its own identity. These old roof structure was not used. In fact, this was completely closed. An enormous waste of potential. So it's just a no-brainer. We open it up and make it into that beautiful feature that will make that station a really fantastic point for people to, yeah, to enjoy even that space. So this is then another side. We see these, we bring back those shell structures, but in a modified form as canopies, and on that side they provide a different function. What we also do is, you see, is create a lot of openness from within. So this is a landscape park that is being planned there on location. It is done totally separately from our project by the Dutch firm of West 8. And we so love this. We want to bring this in the station, make everything green and enjoyable, and also make, again, the openness serves to what I said also about Arnhem, accommodate wayfinding. If you are standing on your platform, because the sides are no longer closed off, you can already see the city. You don't have to look at your telephone, try to find wayfinding. People see where they need to go is the first step to help people make people feel safe and comfortable in spaces that can sometimes be perceived as a little bit dodgy. So this is something we want to do with this project. So I think a lot of the other speakers have hinted at this today as well. It's up to us. Barbara also said it. What can we all do? And had a very funny project going on in our office that I knew nothing about. But our office in Amsterdam is actually based on what turns out to be the most polluted street in the whole of Amsterdam. So some people who were working in the studio were saying, yeah, we are working on this professionally the whole time, but what about ourselves? So they started working on a vision for our own area. We are not an architect here, we are simply a neighbor who lives there. And here's a little bit a picture of some of us, of a big group of us at one of our fantastic parties. And this is the street that we live on, and it could be better, they thought. Let's do something ourselves. So they had, with a group, they started to engage our neighbors, and we have some interesting neighbors on our street. We have the Heineken factory on our street, we have the Rijksmuseum, and of course we have also people living there. So we collect them, and for the last few years have been working together on also our own environment. And I wanted to conclude with this because I think it is a lovely project that's very dear to my heart, and that is also showing that we don't always have to wait for a client. We also don't always, if we are an architect or not, we can all try to do something a little something with wherever we are in life. And although I was we also think like this. This is also who we are, and which is very true to us. So when we think about repair, it is about techniques, about inventing your own tools, about making different ways, using our traditions, being very creative, thinking all the time about making things whole, making things better. Um, and we can do, as I said, we can all try to do that in our own way. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thanks for having me here. My name is Arina Prahamian, and I'm a Lebanese architect. I debated a lot today whether I should come up here and do this presentation, given what's going on in Lebanon today. Under severe non-stop Israeli airstrikes, we've had about 500 civilian deaths today and more than 1,500 injuries, and I feel like it's just the beginning. And to be here to talk about architecture, to talk about sustainability, to talk about repair, to talk about carbon footprint, it kind of feels odd and out of place, at least for me, when in Lebanon there's bombs raining and there's so much destruction because of it. So please bear with me. I'm gonna do my best to present, but forgive me if I'm not at my best today. Thank you. So as I said, my name is Arina Pramian. I'm the co-founder of a small studio called Muller Pramian that was co-founded in 2018 in Beirut. We're both Lebanese. Currently, I am based in Rotterdam, and our studio is a bit where we are. We're an architecture studio, relatively new. We've been working on a lot of architecture projects, a lot of competitions, a lot of projects that have been built or unbuilt. We've also done a lot of interiors, installations, and we've had throughout the year the big pleasure of working on a lot of installations with institutions, artists, which is something that we enjoy very much. On my side, I even dabble in research in speculative architecture, where I try to do research in what architecture could look like, not only 20, 30, 40 years down the line, but maybe 100 or 200 years down the line. In a way, because at some point I feel like the problems of our planet are way faster than the solutions we're suggesting. So it's good to speculate of what the situation would look like 100 years down the line and already think about designing it for these conditions. We've even dabbled as architects than the projects we've finished, because I feel it's interesting and necessary to share a process of how projects go in general, especially from a studio that is relatively new. I would like to also talk about, while I'm talking about our projects, a bit about the methodology of our work, and to touch on subjects of how we do inventory at the start of a project, how we try to remain as adaptable as possible while designing, to change constantly between scales, to assess existing conditions versus implementing changes, and to constantly try to identify opportunities to shape a program based on spaces. We also, as I said, try to address as much as possible the future needs as well as the current ones. For us, it's also important to set intentions before working on a project. For most of the time, the first intention, natural intention, is to introduce improvements in context and both for the users also, to reveal the spaces if it's something existing, and to also utilize existing resources as much as possible, and to achieve more with minimal interventions. I will also talk about the existing, and throughout each example that I will be giving, I will show you how the existing could have different forms, and to, how we try to value it as much as possible in our approach to designing. The first project we're currently working on is in collaboration with Studio Belen and Cathedral Denkers. It's a project located in the Netherlands. I don't know if you know, there's a lot of abandoned or unused churches in the Netherlands, and there's this program where people can buy it, or the municipality or government turns it into cultural centers or houses even. So in this small town in the Netherlands, there's a cultural center that there's a cultural groups that occupy a cultural center, And the municipality wants to turn that building into a school, so we're making a proposal to see if we can use this church and turn it into a cultural center. It's a church built in 1924 mainly, but it's seen many interventions and many renovations over the years. And most of the time, the renovations haven't been great. The intention of this project was to accommodate for the needs of the different cultural parties that want to occupy this space, while also trying to respect the openness of the church and the qualities of this church as much as possible. The cultural center's needs are much more delicate and much more subdivided versus the big, massive spaces that the church offers. So one of our first challenges was how to accommodate for these needs of these several groups while trying to not destroy or ruin the spatial qualities of this church. We also tried to make our intervention as flexible as possible and to have each space be as autonomous as possible to be able to accommodate to the different needs of the cultural parties today and maybe even 50 years down the line. Another intention of this project was to restore the original qualities of the church, but also since we're occupying it, there's a lot of need to insulate the church and isolate it for sound and light. And we've been collaborating with Studio Belen, particularly on this matter, which they're expert in textiles, and we've been trying to see how we can use different kinds of textiles that they develop without having to add construction layers, which means that we can retain qualities of church without add construction to it and to have a temporary impact on it. So just some quick renderings of what it might look like. Another project that we're working on, something that I particularly enjoy a lot. You might know architecture projects take forever, and working with artists, we can make very quick installations and see what it look like. So they're really fun exercises. I've been working with artists architecture elements. In topics when water pours from melting snow, it runs like a river of blood. So this is some of the rubbings from the area. It was a representation of a temple of Aphrodite that was located close to the cave also, and a bit like the cave. Another project that I've been working on currently is under the mentorship of Anne Lacaton, which a part of the Rolex Mentor and Protégé program. It's a research project that I've been doing about Burj Hamoud, which is a neighborhood where I grew up, actually, on the eastern suburbs of Beirut. It's a relatively lower income, a very densely populated neighborhood, but also a very diverse neighborhood, occupied primarily by descendants or of Armenians, basically Armenians, but also a lot of migrants, immigrants, refugees from a whole bunch of countries. It's a very diverse place, but it's really densely populated and there's no public space. It's a generally lower income neighborhood. So during this research, I spent some time locating, since space is so rare, we spent some time locating opportunities, buildings that are used or partially used or misused to turn them back into the service of the public. There's three main sites that we've been studying. One of them is Armenian event. It belongs to the Armenian Evangelical Church. It's an old people's home. It's almost completely unused, but it's a very beautiful architectural piece with a green courtyard, which is particularly non-existent in neighborhoods such as Burj Hamoud because it's so densely populated. Another one is an old factory that is not in use anymore. And the third of it is a lot of residential buildings that are part of them used, part of them squatted, part of them in dilapidated form. The projects include doing a study of these buildings. I spent over a year collecting data about them. There's not a lot of written data about it. No plans, no new plans. The space is partitioned, renovated very badly several times over the years. But one thing for sure about this building, for example, is that it's been constantly in service of the population. So whatever the community needed, they just took a piece of this building and turned it into something else. So surprisingly, a bit like an archaeology project, I went room by room into this building that was almost unused for a lot of its parts unused for several years. And I found very strange rooms inside, including a bakery, kindergarten. So the goal of this intervention is to turn this build to perfect the purpose of this building, which is to be in service of the public. And in this case, to turn it partially, now the needs of the public is to have good housing, good affordable housing, working spaces, cultural spaces, a kindergarten, etc. And a lot of it has to do with reviving the central garden located in the courtyard. So a lot of studies about how to, because also there's no funds to work on this project, a lot of it was focused on how to do as little as possible, to offer as much as possible to the space and to be able to turn it into different things, different functions. So this is the other project that we've been working on. It's the factory that I was talking about. The spatial qualities of this building are insanely beautiful, and the spaces are so big. This project was for us also an opportunity to kind of approach these buildings as opportunities, not as projects that are given to us. So every time we are confronted with a building, we try to take it as an opportunity to kind of find the spatial qualities of these buildings and to root out a program from it rather than imposing a program into it. It also means just restoring the functionality. Sometimes it means something as simple as restoring the functionality of this building, adding staircases where it's needed, and yeah. I want to mention this project that was one of our first projects that we've ever worked on. It's a technical school, again, located in the same neighborhood. It was a very small project with a very small budget and a very strict, strong, small timeline. It was kind of a design-build project. We were designing and building at the same time, but we were also commissioned to be the contractors, so it was all happening very fast at the same time. So the project, when we started it, I mentioned this project because when we started it, it was 2019, which was the beginning, I don't know if you know, of the economic collapse of Lebanon. So when we started the project, we had a certain budget, and as the days were passing by, our currency was severely devaluating and our budget was shrinking. So we were running with time, constantly changing the designs we were doing, constantly changing the materials we were working, the contractors we were working with, to be able to finish as fast as possible the project before our money becomes completely useless. This was particularly problematic because most of the construction products in Lebanon are imported from outside, and as our currency was devaluating, we were having problems getting products because there's no local products. So eventually we managed to finish the project. It's a very simple project with very available and simple materials of construction. But during this time, this gave birth to another project, which is called Terraforma. So 2019 for us was, so it was a pretty eventful time, if you want to call it. This time, the project Terraforma came to be, which was inspired by the fact that there was no local construction products in Lebanon. So when I was a child, as I was growing up in that neighborhood that I showed you in Burj Hamoud, my studio partner was growing up on a brick factory. So we took this opportunity of downtime of the factory because of COVID and inflation, severe inflation, to get access to the factory and start exploring the materiality of clay and the literal earth that exists beneath our feet, and the byproducts of a manufacturing company for bricks, basically, to try to experiment and learn from the material to be able to start making basically custom tiles, for example, or claustra for different projects, but mostly it was a way for us to understand how the material behaves and what we can do with it. And so, yeah, we spent a lot of time playing with the material, casting, slip, and using broken bits to make different materials. Finally, the last project I want to discuss today is two potentially upcoming projects located in the Siwa Oasis in the desert in Egypt. This is the Siwa Oasis in Egypt. This is two different clients approached us to do a study about the potentiality to be able to build in Siwa two residential projects on two different sites. So Siwa is there. I just want to show you on the map so you can get a sense of where it's located geographically. It's 8 hours drive from Cairo. It's at the edge of what is called the Great Sand Sea. It's a small oasis with a lake, a lot of minerals, and it's an old town. And the population mainly does agriculture. So we have two sites, one located within the oasis in a plantation, and the other one located, well, basically in the middle of the desert, at the very edge of where one is allowed to build. Beyond that point south, construction is no longer allowed. So these are the two sites. One is, we call it the foxhole, one is called the palm trees house. We call it the foxhole because it's basically located in the sand dunes, and the only rock formation there is a little cave inhabited by a fox. No worries, we're not gonna bother the fox family at all. And the other one is an old plantation of a palm tree, just to show you what originally all of the desert looked like around Siwa and what people have been doing over the years by digging wells, pumping water, and planting in that area. This is Siwa, what it looks like, the fortress and the old town. People usually build there with this material they call karshif. It's the natural building material in Siwan architecture. It comes from the mixture made of mud, salt, and other minerals made from the Siwan lake, salt lake. There's a lot of salt in it also, but there's also sometimes animal bones. It's a material that dries and cracks easily, so it needs to be maintained every year, seasonally mainly. Also, since it's mud, so basically it never rains in the desert, but once it rained in 1926, and all of the historical town melted. So people started changing the way of construction, and they started using a bit of local stone with the construction and doing more maintenance on the architecture. So basically, building in Siwa is about literally building with what exists in Siwa. You don't have the luxury of bringing things from outside. So people build with this material called karshiv, but also with palm trees. Here you can see the lentil is made from palm trees, but also by using salt blocks as places to bring in light without bringing in much of the heat. So yeah, these are some of the materials. Currently, as I said, they've been incorporating stone with the construction. So much respect the traditional building styles. So these are the two sites. I don't know if it shows very well. One of them is about 40 acres. One of them is potentially half the size. When we did the survey of the first site, the one that is located at the bottom, since it's located in the sand dunes, it's very difficult to make a survey because the sand dunes move. Another very interesting thing about the site, particularly that's located in the sand dunes, is when we visited, basically Adrian visited, my partner, is how to locate the site. And to locate it, they had to reference what is that square there. And that square is basically what they call pigeon towers, because the people who live there, they farm pigeons. So to locate the site, they had to find the pigeon towers and drive south from it, which is this, some of the site. What it looks like on one point, looking to the Siwa oasis, and the other side to look at the Great Sand Sea. It's a very interesting project for us. We've never worked in an environment like this, but still we're in the research project for the possibility of building there. But I want to show you this picture particularly because these are all farms that they've been recently planted in Siwa, and you can see the different ages from like smaller plantations to older plantations, and how there is so much potentiality into turning this, literally turning this desert green. So this is the other site, as I said. In Siwa, there's no privilege of putting anything to waste. There's no waste. Everything that is dead or something always has a purpose. It is reused in construction in many ways. And so you literally have to work with the existing materials there. Currently, to have homes or construction that's not so, needs so much maintenance, they've been starting to build with brick also, that is also locally made and compacted. And for us, what is the existing here, other than the literal materiality that is under our feet and around us, it's the know-how. They have a very particular know-how in construction and maintenance, because without this knowledge, we won't be able to know what to do there really. So we've been taking some time to get to know what the kind of local architecture is. So this is just finally to show you very quickly what we've been facing when we want to make an intervention in a site like this one. It first includes making a road, but don't worry, it's not the asphalt road or anything. What it entails, packed the sand by adding water to it and compacting it, and eventually over some time it becomes solid enough to be considered the road. So as you can see, it's a pretty, there's a lot of topography on the side. On that side, that's the Great Sand Desert, and on this side is the Siwa Oasis. The first thing to do to be able to build in such a site is to stabilize the soil. And to stabilize the soil, one needs to plant. And to plant, one needs to dig the well. So the blue marks potentially where one would be digging a well to be able to use the gravity to easily water the plants that would be there. The clients asked us to look at trees and palms, and eventually some structures that are very small. Just an abstract diagram of what might look like. On the top of the hill, they want to have a temporary structure, which could be kind of like a tent structure or something, which will be the first structure on site, and it will remain there. A well needs to be dug out and carefully thought how to take the water down to different kinds of plantation. A big study is being done on what kind of plants to use to be able to stabilize the soil, but also to know how to stop the sand dunes blowing this way and to stop the desert taking over the site. So we would start with some low bushes, then tall plants, and then we can start putting plants that are more used for farming. So as I said, this is kind of like a rough section of what it would be like. The top of it will be the tent, or what is a tent folly, we call it. And then by gravity, we'll be irrigating on both sides. And we'll have very small structures hidden on the landscape, which will be small, basically housing, not even housing, just like sleeping quarters mainly, because the common activities like living and kitchen will be just in the tent. So thank you. This is the tent, this is the site, and that's the tent that they stayed in when they visited the site. So thanks.
noche. ¿Cómo están? Primero lugar, muchas gracias por la invitación. Es muy hermoso estar aquí en México en este evento tan lindo. Yo tengo que les pedir perdón porque voy a hablar en inglés. Yo soy de Brasil y mi portuñol es como muy malo. Entonces creo que no van a comprender. Pido perdón por hablar en una lengua gringa en Latinoamérica, pero creo que me van a entender un poco mejor así. In the past years, I've been working in a concept that I call reparation architecture. Or, it's a kind of tentative concept por una arquitectura de reparación. So, if we imagine a future that we need to heal the earth, to heal society, to recover land, to restore the climate, we may prompt ideas for the repair of human and non-human communities through the means and medias of architecture. If our most urgent political task today is to rebuild this world fracture, otherwise, reparations constitute a central question to architecture across its transscalar, transdisciplinary, and transmedia manifestations. But what is reparation architecture? So this concept that I'm trying to develop comes with a kind of discomfort with the idea of social architecture. Because at the end, after all, every architecture is social, but architects have to come up with a name to deal with those disenfranchised, marginalized communities and call it social architecture, right? Usually, this idea of a social architecture comes from a very patronizing position of architects, from where they think that they're going to intervene in communities in order to help them, in order to do good to them, in order to bring progress to them, in order to bring development to them. I imagine that you students here can recognize what I'm going to say. Your teacher comes to the class and say, let's study this community here, and let's solve some social problems that this to solve those social problems, which most often do not work. So I think we need to challenge what I call the ideological veil of architecture, which is the belief that architecture is inherently good. This positivist idea that architecture is, by definition, that its politics, its ethics, is something towards the good. Because we know that architecture an idea that whenever we call an architecture of the social, in fact, what we are doing is an architecture of reparation. That is to say, an architecture that's trying to repair structural inequalities that have been produced often by architecture itself. That is to say, a reparation architecture is that architecture that seeks to produce social justice, social equality, and also environmental justice. So what I'm going to try to do here is, to think with you some concepts, some ideas about reparation architecture, and try to show some of my projects that somehow intersect with this concept of reparation architecture. So I have to say that reparation architecture is not a architecture. As such, it can take many forms across the transdisciplinary fields where architectural thought and action manifest, from design to curating, from planning to publishing, from advocacy to building. And I'm going to show some of my projects in what I call the kind of expanded field of architecture that's going to do with curating, with advocacy, with publishing, with graphic design. First of all, let's think about that reparation architecture is repositioning heritage concepts and practices, memorializing other stories beyond the symbolic constructions of colonial modernity and its racist legacies. And I'd like to start by showing the project of the Pavilion Terra, at the 2023 Venice Architecture Biennial. This is the pavilion. It's a modernist construction with two rooms, two galleries. In the first gallery, we call it Decolonizing the Canon, and we explore the idea of Brasilia, the kind of the major sort of modernist heritage, international heritage. And as Lúcio Costa, the urban planner of Brasilia, said, Brasilia was born in an act of possession in the tradition of colonialism. So the idea was that if Brazil would colonize its interior territory, if it would take possession of its interior territory, it would be geared towards development, towards the progress. And you know that, what is the... You know that everyone thinks that Brasilia is an aeroplane, but it's in fact, as Lúcio Costa said, it's a Catholic cross demarcating the possession of the territory. That is to say, it's the reenactment of a colonial gesture re-signify as modernity. So we explore these ideas in this room. It's called Decolonizing the Canon, bringing this and trying to do a kind of counter-narrative to this kind of colonial ideology. And we bring this map, which is the historic map of the ethno-historic map of Brazil, that show that Brasilia, contrary to the ideology, the modernist ideology, was not an empty desert space. It was, of course, an ancestral territory of indigenous peoples. And what you see in this very beautiful, colorful pattern is the kind of highly social, cultural diversity that existed in this territory before the arrival of the modernist city. And this is a history that I believe nobody, no one here knows, that Brasilia was also a refuge for communities of former enslaved people that ran away from the plantations in the coast and established this kind of sort of democratic republics, which are called quilombos. So before Brasilia was born, before this idea of the desert, this was a black territory. And we need to recognize those stories. We cannot erase those stories as the ideology of colonial modernity has done. So this is how the room is organized, Decolonizing the Canon. And since we are dealing with a heritage, a modernist heritage, we need to consider the building itself, because the building is not a neutral space. This is the pavilion. It was designed by an architect called Henrique Mindlin, one of the protagonists of the modernist movement in Brazil. And Henrique Mindlin, he's most famous for a kind of major book that he wrote. It's called Modern Architecture in Brazil, kind of historical book. And you see in the cover of the book that he's trying to make a connection between the architecture of colonialism and the architecture of modernism. Here's like Le Corbusier and Oscar Niemeyer, most famous skyscraper building in the 40s, and here's a kind of Baroque church. So this idea that modernity in Brazil has this kind of structural relation with the kind of tradition. So we could not ignore this kind of ideological dimension of the building itself. So what we decided to do is to land the building a different history and cover the whole building with a kind of floor made of hammered earth. And yeah, sort of covering the entire pavilion. And this was inspired by indigenous dwellings, a kind of vernacular architecture of indigenous and Afro-Brazilian dwellings that you always find this type of earth floor. And we did this in order to create what we call a new archaeological ground that opens the second room, where we call, which we call Places of Orange, Archaeology of the Future. This second room, we brought several heritages of indigenous and Afro-Brazilian people, and I'm just going to show one of these projects. There are about like 5 projects. I'm just going to show one. Some images of the pavilion. The idea of like a diasporic space, the idea of ancestral space. This is Terreiro da Casa Branca. Terreiros are spaces of Afro-Brazilian religion. This is the first black monument recognized in Brazil. It's situated in Salvador. And we brought this as one of these examples of kind of counter-heritage. And these are images of the dossier of recognition that was established in the 80s. And what was remarkable for us is that in this dossier, not only the architecture was recognized as heritage, but also the trees, because the trees have a very important material, symbolic, historical, cultural dimension for Afro-Brazilian modes of worship. Even in the images of the petition, you see these trees as heritage, as a kind of architectural heritage. And this comes for what people call a kind of radical sort of ecological attitude that one finds in those heritage spaces, because they have a different relationship with the land. So for us, it was important to show those spaces, not in the sense that, not in a nostalgic sort of sense, but that they are pointing us towards a different relationship between humanity and land, humanity and earth, that can inform new forms of design so we can deal with the ecological crisis and climate change. So you see here, this is Salvador, and these are sort of terreiros, Casa Branca, and you see that they became sort of green islands in the middle of an encroaching sprawling urbanization, and therefore they work to regulate the climate of the city, right? Here's another one. So they have a kind of very important ecological dimension in the city of Salvador. When we arrived there, there was a problem because they were being threatened by this illegal construction. That this is one of the houses of the Orishas, and they were being threatened because this illegal construction was, almost falling on the house, and they were asking for the demolition of this building, this illegal building. And I want to show a video when we got the golden lion. The first place where the golden lion landed was in Terreiro da Casa Branca. We brought the prize to be awarded to the community. Front, and let me try to show this video. And what we are seeing here is the matriarchy of the house, Mãe Neuza de Xangô. She's taking the lion and she's walking around the main ceremonial space of the house, and she's saying, the lion came to protect us. The lion came to strengthen this fight.
E todos aqueles que adentrarem nessa casa, que consiga tudo.
Can you turn down the volume? The lion came to help us in the fight to protect this territory. Can you turn the volume a bit down, please?
Que nós possamos mostrar e voar como o Senhor está sempre conosco.
So, perhaps this is the first time that the Lion of Venice got indeed a social dimension of architecture, or perhaps we should say a reparatory dimension. I don't believe in coincidences, but the fact is that after we won the Lion, the public minister had to act, and now this building is going to be demolished by law. They declared a law that this building is illegal and they have to demolish. And I'm interested in the curatorial dimension in the sense that it can also be a way of doing advocacy, right? How can we think about the curatorial in architecture in social, or let's say, reparatory function? Reparation architecture is acknowledging forgotten histories and challenging the canon. Repairing architecture implies theoretical labor to reinterpret and rebuild archives and narratives, museums and collections, being associated with politics and practice of restitution. I'm going to tell you a little bit. I'm also a writer and a designer, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about this project called Deshabitat that was commissioned by an exhibition called Bauhaus Imaginista that was to celebrate the 100 years of Bauhaus. And it deals with a very important modernist magazine designed by Lina Bobardi, the very famous Italian-Brazilian architecture, which was called Habitat. And Habitat used to bring several images of indigenous arts and crafts, trying to inform its audience, its urban audience, that to be in tune with modernist aesthetics was not only to appreciate Le Corbusier or Matisse or Picasso, but also to be connected with so-called primitive forms of expression, very much similar to what happened, I would believe, in Mexico with these ideas of Mexicanidad and how indigenism play into the kind of ideological role in modernism in Mexico. And I was very fascinated by this, the way in which those images, and we asked the question, how come that images of these objects, of indigenous objects, came to appear in a very sophisticated magazine? So we did a kind of archaeology of the media and looked to every reportage, every article that appeared in Habitat. And what was happening at this moment in Brazil, it was called the politics of pacification. So basically the government were flying over indigenous lands and setting up indigenous, what they call indigenous outposts, in order to concentrate those populations and liberate their lands for colonization. This is one of the images of these outposts, trying to transform them into national workers or national citizens, indoctrinating them and kind of, trying to change their culture, so to say. This is one image of an indigenous post where they have been concentrated. And of course, this also comes back to a kind of colonial technique, to concentrate indigenous populations. And there was this idea that Brazil, was doing a kind of auto-imperialism or auto-colonization, that our identity as a modern nation was about to conquer our own territory. And when Habitat was being published, Brazil had over 100 indigenous posts spread throughout this territory. So imagine the scale of this colonial machinery trying to attract and civilize and pacify those indigenous peoples. And of course that these posts not only opened their lands for colonization, but also their image for a kind of extraction, right? Because it gave access to anthropologists, journalists, photographers, so on and so forth. And these were the images that would be taken from these people and then, appeared in Habitat as signifiers of modernity. But what Habitat does is kind of, it excludes the colonial context from which this image emerged, and that made it possible for this image to be consumed as an image of modernity while they were a result of a process of colonial extraction on the level of the symbolic, right? So I'm interested in trying to investigate, architecture medias and the kind of ideological power that architectural media carries with itself. The project is a kind of facsimile of the magazine. By the way, you can buy it if you're interested. It's a book. It's also an installation. And what we do, we use a kind of what I call a constructivist procedure that was developed by Lina Bobardi, associating images. For example, this is a cover by Lina Bobardi, a drawing of a tropical forest, image of indigenous arts and crafts, a brise soleil, signifying a kind of tropical modernity. And we kind of do insertions with other archives in order to show what was out of the frame, right? What Habitat left out of the frame, and kind of unveil the way in which the magazine served as a kind of ideological veil for this violent process of colonization of indigenous people, while portraying those images as signifiers of modernity. These are some images of the magazine. I'm going to run over it because I want to show. So reparation architecture is not only symbolic, it's material, territorial, infrastructural, and ecological. Repairing architecture is about right wrongs beyond representation and narrative, addressing spatial inequality and exclusion. It's about the rights to the city. A curator, as a theoretician, as a writer, but most part of my work I consider as advocacy for human rights. And in this project that I'm going to show, it's called Memory of the Earth. So what happened is that when the Brazilian military took power in Brazil in 1960, type of hyper-urbanization of the forest. Here are some samples of my archive. And of course that this caused widespread environmental deforestation, but not only, it was very violent for indigenous people. So we are commissioned to do an investigation on the forced removal of the Chavante people of central Brazil. And what we started to do is to look to the kind of modern media that documented the pacification. I don't know if I can. Yeah, please. No, it's the other video. Oh. Sorry for that. Let's try, so I can go without those. Can you try to put this one? Okay. So we took this modern media and tried to understand the architecture of this village that have been destroyed or displaced during this process of pacification of indigenous folks, trying to kind of build the archaeology of the settlements that do not exist anymore because they have been indeed destroyed by this process of pacification. And what you see, that they have a very sort of particular urban layout in the form of arc-shaped sort of settlement that's also always kind of turned towards the river. And we did a series of analysis of satellite images of a secret project developed by the United States during the Cold War that had been recently declassified. And we are able to find several sort of footprints of that are very similar to the modeling of the village that we do. Here we see an arc-shaped form in the river. So again, an arc-shaped form and the river. What we discover, what we map is one of the largest indigenous archaeological complex in central Brazil, what we call the Chavante Archaeological Complex, because we see that they're very compatible with the image of the village that we model through the photograph. It's important for us to bring the result of this research to the schools of the village. We produced this autonomously and brought to every school. Audience, we need to bring it back to where it became. And I think that, I call it advocacy. So reparation architecture is also a form of advocacy, because if we conceive the city, if we conceive territories, if we conceive the environment as a right, we need to think that the tools and medias of architecture are instruments of advocacy, and how we are going to use those medias and tools as an instrument of advocacy in order to guarantee and to defend such rights. And this is the last project that I want to show. It's called Trees, Vines, Palms, and Other Architectural Monuments. So, is that a patch of vegetation has grown on the top of the urban layout of the village. So here we see a superimposition. This is the village of Tsorepré, the most ancient political and cultural center of the Chavante people. So we went to do some archaeological research with the warriors of the Chavante, also with the elders. Here are we going to this village to try to map and understand what was happening there. Again, we are mapping. This is Policarpo. This is Emilio. mapping the village. They could even remember the names of their relatives that were living in this village. So we were doing this kind of mapping. And here's the village of Bou, the kind of another political cultural center. So you see that a patch of vegetation has grown precisely on the top of the former ancient village. Here's a drone that we did here, Bou. You see the river here. So this was a very big settlement that happened there. Here's another one, it's called Ubidunoyu. Again, you see the old satellite image and the kind of trees growing on the top of it. Let's try to play the video. This video is important. Let me try. Oh. I need help.
Kami tayo kitia bu ta sora iwa para tawa sora to liari na sora ta sutte ta sutte ta ma to liari ure hama Torgatile. Waziriza. Waziriza. Awan wasi bumuna ja. Lion de wasi bumuna ja maha. Toromna yo. Anare wa. Anare toromna yo. Ora te tu ya. Te hutu. Ori banwara. Tari tawe asno tawe to bare wete sare no asora. Amna tawa. Pariwavi apna. Wali mo utamoni. Tapani modi lutte harono. Ta oni.
This is Policarpo, one of the survivors of the genocidal politics of the military regime in Brazil. And when we were shooting this video, what we did, we didn't translate anything, so I didn't know what he was talking about. And later, a friend of mine came remarkable, know how Policarpo can read the landscape and the trees as a landscape saturated with history, as almost if the trees were ruins. Right? They're vestiges of an architectural settlement. So can we think trees as ruins? Can we think trees as a kind of architectural heritage that needs to be preserved, that is, the outcome of a form of landscape design that instead of destroying nature is producing forest? Right? And this is one of the archaeological sites of the village of Tsino. And I love this photo because it has a very architectural dimension to it. Now, what happens is that we brought this project to the schools and presented to them, and we realized that most of these villages were not inside Chavante territory because they have been displaced, so their territory have been reduced, and now those villages are in farmlands used for soy plantations. So we decided with the elders to do a petition for the Brazilian Institute of Historical Heritage for them to recognize those patches of trees, those botanic formations as architectural heritage that should be protected by the Brazilian state. And we did this process of recognition happens during the neo-fascist government of Jair Bolsonaro, which was a very anti-indigenous government, and empowered the landowners to destroy the village of Sorepré. This was the main a sort of archaeological site of the Chavante, and it has been destroyed. And as you see, Chief Jurandir is going to compare Sorepré to the Acrópole, right? So this was the main sort of important site for them, and it has been destroyed. So we went to the village to do a petition with the elders. This was during the pandemic, and to get the signature of the leaderships and the elders. This is the petition, this is the letter that they wrote, and we also designed a petition that's called Trees, Palms, Forest, and Other Architectural Monuments, because we understand that these heritage petitions, they're also architectural mediums, right? Can we think that these documents operate as architecture, and how we can see those documents and petitions and dossiers as architectural media and intervene into them? These are some images. This is a 3D modeling of an archaeological site. We want to do this kind of modeling because we want to, make those trees look as architecture. We need to understand that they are historical constructions, right? That the forest itself is a historical product. It's not something natural as colonial modern Western ideology would have it. We also did a platform in terms, kind of digital platform to do advocacy, to do a kind of public advocacy. So, we did a kind of petition to the legal sort of forum, but it's also important that we mobilize the hearts and minds of the civil society so they can exert pressure in government so those villages could be recognized. And finally, after our petition, those trees, those botanic formations are now recognized as architectural archaeological heritage, and they have to be protected by the state. And whenever the state wants to do some form of development in those areas, they need to consult with the indigenous leaders. So, they need to respect those ancient sites. Okay, I want to close this idea of reparation architecture with two insights. My time is up. I just did it on time. So 2 phrases. We call for a restoration of the land in this petition. We say, in order for you to do reparation, you need to restore the land, right? Environmental reparation is associated with historical reparation. If we want to fix climate change, we need to do the labor of historical reparation. But this implies that reparation architecture can be an entire economy, right? Repairing architecture presents the potential for an entire new resource in construction economy that's not based on the predatory capitalist paradigms of infinite extraction and unlimited growth, arguably the main drivers of the climate crisis, but on maintenance, rebuilding, retrofitting, repurposing, restoring, reconstructing. As such, reparation architecture is fundamentally a new ecology, a new planetary ecology. And finally, I'm going to end with this image of Martin Luther King. This has been, since I've been working, trying to develop this concept of reparation architecture, this image was very important for me. When Martin Luther King was, pushing the civil rights movement, he goes to Chicago and he makes housing rights one of the main banners of the civil rights movements in Chicago because, there was a housing crisis. And he moves to one of these slums and he fixes one of the houses in order to say, well, reparation is about also reparations of housing. And this image really touched my heart because it's very symbolic of what I think reparation architecture is. For finally, reparation architecture is political. Practice of repair may allow architecture to draw ethical stands that are not based on colonial ideologies of help, progress, civilization, humanitarianism. Within the frame of repair, architecture does not offer solutions for social problems, it draws alliances with social struggles. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Buenas noches. Muchas gracias a MEXTRÓPOLI, Arquine, Miquel, Andrea por la oportunidad de venir a presentar aquí el trabajo de la oficina junto a arquitectos y arquitectas tan interesantes e importantes. Hoy quería, más que mostrarles el trabajo del taller, quería platicarles un poco el cómo lo hacemos, que me parece un poco más interesante en el diálogo, poder hablar del cómo se trabaja más allá del qué se hace, porque el qué se hace se ve, se visita o se lee, y de alguna manera me parece que un poco entendiendo el título de la charla de hoy, que es Conversaciones, tiene que ver con la forma en la que en la oficina me gusta iniciar los proyectos y darles continuidad. Por conversaciones, entiendo que la arquitectura es un viaje no lineal, me lo imagino siempre como un círculo, porque existe esta condición de ir y venir, de regresar y de estar en contacto con las conversaciones. Es un viaje que comienza y tiene distintas conversaciones, tiene distintos momentos. Conversaciones que a veces son con lo intangible y en otras ocasiones con muy variados aspectos, como decía bien en Iván. Y son conversaciones que van y vienen y de alguna forma van tejiendo el cómo hacemos los proyectos en la oficina, cómo los ideamos y cómo los llevamos a cabo en este proceso largo de imaginar algo y poderlo llevar a cabo, ¿no? Entendiendo que nosotros decidimos tomar ese camino que es el de la construcción. Yo creo que la arquitectura no tiene por qué construirse necesariamente en lo físico. Yo creo que hay muchas arquitecturas que se construyen en la educación, en la difusión, en la teoría, pero bueno, quien decide construir esas ideas es a quien invito a reflexionar sobre estas conversaciones. Uno inicia con una, 2 o 4 conversaciones simultáneamente y va entendiendo qué conversación debe irse priorizando, ¿no? Siempre volviendo con esta idea nietzscheana del eterno retorno, ¿no? Y estos círculos concéntricos hablan de los 4 momentos de las 4 conversaciones de las que quiero hablar, y en cada una hablaré de un proyecto en específico que trataré de que logre ejemplificar ese momento, ¿no? Y como decía, pues son círculos, son círculos que siempre se van tocando en un punto, ¿no? Porque creo que aunque son 4 momentos, uno siempre vuelve o regresa a esos momentos, y eso es lo que va nutriendo los proyectos. El primero es el conocimiento, que he tratado de olvidarme de la palabra concepto, porque creo que el concepto puede ser a veces una camisa de fuerza, ¿no? Una idea muy fuerte, una figura geométrica o un gesto puede convertirse en un problema, sobre todo, insisto, cuando la arquitectura se quiere construir. Entonces, imagino que esta primera etapa, conocimiento, es esa conversación con todo aquello que se conoce o aprende desde la práctica o la intuición, también reaccionando e imaginando, ¿no? Por ejemplo, Luican hablaba mucho de cómo volver a esas primeras intuiciones que uno descubre, ve, absorbe o imagina en la primera visita en un predio o en una primera plática con un cliente. Para eso, o para entender este concepto, voy a hablar de 2 proyectos. En total voy a presentar 5 muy distintos en tamaño, escala, en conceptualización, en recursos y en tipología, ¿no? Y con eso también quiero un poco hablar del interés en la oficina por no dedicarnos a algo, por no sentirnos cómodos con algo, sino estar buscando de muchas formas el cómo nutrir la práctica de la oficina y contagiar proyectos de distintas tipologías o escalas entre sí. Este primer proyecto es un proyecto de viviendas derivado del huracán Otis. Para los que quizás no saben qué pasó, hace un año justamente en Acapulco hubo un huracán categoría 5 que destruyó la ciudad de Acapulco y sus alrededores. Tristemente, lo hablábamos en la comida, no nada más destruyó lo físico, sino que dio a notar o nos dejó ver la destrucción previa de lo social, ¿no? Acapulco, una ciudad que nació marginada, que nació dividida y que a través de los años no ha encontrado la forma de hacer las paces o de reducir esas distancias, ¿no? Y estas son dos fotografías, una que está en la portada de Arquine y otra de una de los espacios en los que trabajamos, ¿no? Y nos interesaba mucho más trabajar sobre esto que esto de la izquierda, porque pues normalmente la ayuda llega a donde ya hay recursos y a nosotros nos interesaba hacerlo en donde no los hay, ¿no? En la gente que por lo general queda olvidada tras estos desastres. Entendimos una cosa que es esta diferencia entre lo que es el desastre, lo que es la emergencia y lo que es el largo plazo, que entre paréntesis hacía yo la referencia de lo que sucede cuando uno tiene un accidente fuerte y está ese accidente, después está esa operación que sucede tras el accidente y después viene la terapia, ¿no? Y quienes han sufrido un accidente grave, como en mi caso, que me rompí la cadera, la terapia es la clave para poder salir adelante de un accidente. Y desgraciadamente es donde menos se atienden los proyectos, en ese largo plazo. Normalmente, ya sean las iniciativas privadas o los gobiernos atienden la operación, la emergencia, y nosotros decidimos no hacerlo, sino abocarnos al tema de largo plazo y diseñar un proyecto que durara 2 o 3 años en lugar de tratar de resolverlo en esa emergencia, dado que no trabajamos con ningún gobierno, lo hicimos a través de fundaciones privadas y pues la emergencia es muy difícil atacarla si no se tiene el brazo de la fuerza política o del Estado. Acapulco es esta ciudad de 1.6 millones de habitantes más o menos, que fue creciendo como un centro turístico, o más bien explotó como un centro turístico, porque tiene mucho más historia. Y este mapa marca en este café oscuro las zonas afectadas por el huracán Otis. Entonces, como pueden ver, lo que quedó no afectado fue prácticamente la montaña. Todo lo demás quedó destruido o semidestruido. Y mucho por la condición geográfica y física de Acapulco. Y bueno, tratamos de entender en dónde trabajar. Y vimos 3 puntos en un inicio: Puerto Marqués, Ciudad Renacimiento y Pie de la Cuesta. Tuvimos que decantar por trabajar en Puerto Marqués debido a las complicaciones sociales y de inseguridad que encontramos en estos otros 2 puntos. Y Puerto Marqués, aunque tiene el problema de que no logramos encontrar un espacio lo suficientemente grande para trabajarlo y que tuvimos que trabajar de manera pulverizada, que ha complicado muchísimo el esquema, pues resultó ser el lugar más fácil para poder ayudar a la gente. Dentro de Puerto Marqués hay estas 4 áreas que son Navidad, Nuevo Puerto Marqués, Llano Largo y Puerto Marqués. Y lo que hicimos fue buscar familias o personas que cumplieran con 3 requisitos. El primero, tener un título de propiedad sobre un terreno. Dos, un terreno que estuviera libre de un futuro accidente, ¿no? Un lugar que estuviera libre de inundaciones, de deslizamientos, de temblores, etcétera, para poder pues, garantizar que la inversión en este patrimonio no se destruyera en el futuro. Y por último, la firma de un contrato que obliga a la gente a apoyar de la manera que pueda a la construcción, a los albañiles, o ayudando si pudieran en la construcción, pero una suerte de compromiso para que las inversiones que se hacen en estas casas pues, se pudieran llevar a cabo. Esta estrategia que aquí se escribe, pues empezó con el diálogo específico con las personas o familias. Trabajamos con gente de la tercera edad, viudas, solteros, con familias de abuelos con niños, y buscamos no hacer un prototipo, lo que buscamos fue hacer un ejercicio donde cada persona o familia tuviera la oportunidad de un diálogo con un arquitecto y poder hacer algo para ellos, para su sitio, para su clima. Un análisis contextual de cada predio, un sistema constructivo efectivo y eficiente, y pongo entre paréntesis dadas las circunstancias porque Acapulco creo que a la fecha sigue en un estado de emergencia, pero sobre todo cuando iniciamos el proyecto había falta, carencia de absolutamente todo. Y por último, entender la progresividad tanto horizontal como vertical, dado que trabajamos mucho con esta idea que conocemos aquí, que es la del pie de casa, ¿no? Esta idea de poder generar un primer patrimonio que en el tiempo pueda progresar o ser progresivo. Y les voy a hablar en específico este predio, que fue el primero que tomamos, la casa de un señor, Julio Zamora, de 72 años de edad, y como pueden ver, pues en un estado de destrucción total. Como les decía, tratamos de evitar el prototipo genérico que muchas veces es al que se acude ante la emergencia, y a cambio de eso buscamos esta idea de hacer el pie de casa con una progresividad que permitiera también imaginar para Acapulco, para un clima como el de Acapulco, con sus virtudes y sus contras, de una manera más pulverizada, ¿no? Romper la casa con el fin de poder crear espacios que muchas veces no existen en el programa, pero que son los que le dan la vida a las casas. Pórticos, ventilación cruzada, espacios para hacer diferentes actividades. Y con eso imaginar un simple ejercicio que es el de la vida, ¿no? Este señor rodeado de un jardín, que a la vez es un taller, que a la vez es una lavandería, que a la vez es un área para guardar bicicletas, y entender la casa pues como realmente la vivimos todos, ¿no? Al contrario a este prototipo de casa hermético que se va replicando, que más allá de atender la vida humana, atiende la numeralia de la política o del negocio. Una casa que tuvimos que diseñar sí con un sistema constructivo y con una estrategia que permitiera hacer el mayor número de casas. Hoy día hemos logrado construir alrededor de 50 y pensar a 120 el año que entra. Entonces, dentro de ese sistema que pueden ver muy simple, creando ciertos espacios comunicados por pórticos y por ventilaciones cruzadas, que insisto, permiten imaginar que la casa no sucede en un interior, sino en todos los exteriores que permita el terreno, ¿no? Es la casa a principios de este año, cuando estábamos a la calle, tratando de evitar el hermetismo y todos los problemas que esto conlleva. las ecotecnias obvias que requiere una casa para un clima como el de Acapulco, de con las que hemos ido trabajando. Perdón, aquí está la primera que ya enseñé y después vienen una serie de distintos ejercicios, algunos de un piso, algunos de dos, atendiendo, como les digo, a familias con 2 hijos, familias con hasta 5 hijos, la familia con una tienda, y en fin, todo este dinamismo que creo ayuda a imaginar que la vivienda no debe de atenderse desde un escritorio o desde la oficina de un político, sino en el campo, atendiendo a cada una de las necesidades de contexto y de familia. Estas son algunas imágenes de otras de las casas que se han ido construyendo, algunas recién acabadas y otras ya terminadas. El ejercicio de las más pequeñas en terrenos casi diminutos de 4x4 y hablando un poco de la progresividad vertical, ¿no? Esta idea de poder entregar techos que permitan después crecer espacios, y por eso mencionaba el tema del pie de casa, ¿no? La oportunidad de no dejar espacios estáticos en el tiempo. Ahora cambia otro proyecto, proyecto que realizamos ya hace unos años, el CETRAM Cuatro Caminos, que es una terminal multimodal, un proyecto de desarrollo al tránsito, que cambia drásticamente la escala, pero no por ello la conversación o la filosofía de trabajo. Y para un poco entender el principio del proyecto, la zona metropolitana del Valle de México, con 24 millones de personas, pues evidentemente no es la ciudad, sino todo este conglomerado que está alrededor. Una ciudad que tiene casi 9 millones de habitantes, pero tiene 15 millones en la periferia, en el Estado de México, y que produce que 2.6 millones de personas migren, se comuniquen, o como dicen los norteamericanos, hagan commute todos los días, ¿no? Se dice fácil, pero que 2 millones casi 3 millones de personas ingresen a la Ciudad de México y la usen la mayor parte del día, ¿no? Viviendo en ciudades dormitorios, pues es un problema complicado que genera muchas cuestiones. Entonces, este proyecto, que es uno de 3 que hicimos ya hace unos años, contempla el entender lo que pasa en estas, digamos, puertas en la periferia de la ciudad y cómo estos sitios pueden provocar la reducción de viajes innecesarios, la ciudad de microbarrios caminables, y cómo con ello pues también hacer uso de espacios totalmente residuales y en desuso, ¿no? Cuatro Caminos es una terminal donde se mezclan 3 líneas y donde diariamente pasan 250,000 pasajeros, que son 250,000 personas, pero lo hacen 2 veces al día. Entonces es una terminal con un flujo de 500,000, no 500,000 personas, pero 500,000 pasos, ¿no? La mayoría de los CETRAMs, de las terminales de metro del país, viven en esta situación. La Ciudad de México hizo una infraestructura bestial en metro, ¿no? Quizás uno de los metros mejor hechos en el mundo. Sin embargo, dejó, quizás por obvias razones en su momento, a un lado lo que sucedía en la periferia, ¿no? Y quedaron todos estos espacios en desuso, que en los últimos 15 años quizás se han ido tratando de remediar o de trabajar desde 2 trincheras, desde la trinchera pública, que es sobre todo la que se ha manejado en los últimos 6 años, y anteriormente desde la trinchera de la pública-privada, ¿no? Que es el caso de este proyecto. El proyecto de Cuatro Caminos es un proyecto público-privado, con todos los pros y contras que esto pueda tener, para la construcción y operación de un edificio, ¿no? A nosotros no nos invitaron a diseñar un edificio, sino nos invitaron a imaginar la construcción y el mantenimiento de un edificio. Y esto creo que es muy importante en estas conversaciones que vamos teniendo en la oficina, porque nos interesa que cada decisión piense por cuestiones de estética o por hablar de una cuestión que creo que hemos vivido en México, que es la responsabilidad de quien diseña la obra pública, ¿no? El tema de este MEXTRÓPOLI, que es la de reparar la ciudad, a mí me hacía pensar en cómo también tenemos que reparar la imagen del arquitecto, ¿no? Este arquitecto que todos tenemos dentro, que muchas veces se centra en ideas, en cuestiones que poco tienen que ver con el solucionar los proyectos. Y creo que la obra pública en México vio un momento con este aeropuerto fallido, en donde se atendió todo menos la construcción y la operación, ¿no? Se atendió, para mi entender, por parte de Norman Foster, la megalomanía de hacer la obra quizás más importante del continente, y estuvo tan mal conceptualizada que no les dio tiempo ni de acabarlo, ¿no? Entonces creo que el reparar esa imagen, el empezar a entender que la arquitectura de la obra pública en México tiene que estar pensada para ser construida y operada en Latinoamérica, ¿no? Y bueno, entendiendo esa parte, nos interesaban estas conversaciones con los costos del mantenimiento. Nos invitaron a diseñar un edificio que tenía que tener una vida de 30 años, y otros 30, pero no nada más la foto de la inauguración. El consumo de recursos, la reposición de los materiales. Hablábamos con la constructora de una cosa que a mí me sorprendió mucho, que era esto, ¿no? La reposición de materiales, esta cuestión de importar por el hecho de importar y lo que provoca en una obra, ¿no? La falta de poder reponer materiales eléctricos o ingenierías por importar cuestiones que no sabemos cómo hacer en nuestro país. La eficiencia, limpieza y el uso de los recursos, ¿no? Que insisto, son conversaciones que muchas veces nos da flojera pensar, pero pues la arquitectura y sobre todo la obra pública creo que debería estar pensando siempre en eso. Es un desarrollo orientado al tránsito que busca, a través de los 15 minutos peatonales en bicicleta o con transporte, poder combinarlos y entender que este sitio se conecta en 15 minutos a lugares como Constituyentes o todos estos espacios del norte, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo poder evitar viajes innecesarios a través de entender pues todo lo que un sitio le ofrece a un microbarrio, ¿no? Y pues estas han sido conversaciones que, como decía hace rato, han ido nutriendo el trabajo de la oficina a otros proyectos privados que buscan como entender estas mismas formas de sumarle a la ciudad. Un proyecto que tenía que hacerse rápido, que tenía que ser simple, y que nos recordaba mucho las formas existentes, ¿no? de los tianguis de la Ciudad de México, de cómo se vive debajo de estas cubiertas casi efímeras. Y el proyecto es una sección, es un proyecto de 500,000 metros cuadrados, pero es simplemente el gesto de una sección que busca ventilación cruzada, iluminación natural, y ser apenas la protección quizás del agua o del mal tiempo, Y un edificio que a manera de broma, durante la concepción del proyecto, decíamos que el cliente no pueda, digamos, transformar, ¿no? Que la constructora no pueda encontrar una solución más fácil, que el cliente no pueda encontrar otra solución, ¿no? Y no genere otros. Un proyecto que me gusta siempre enseñar con imágenes de la construcción, porque, como les decía, nos gusta diseñar para construir, y mientras diseñamos, por lo menos en la cabeza ya estamos construyendo. Me gusta pensar que cada trazo, que cada línea lleva 7 pasos adelante para entender las consecuencias de tomar decisiones. Y esto lo digo porque las fotos de la obra y de la obra terminada son exactamente iguales, ¿no? Es un edificio que terminamos hace 10, 11 años y que se ha mantenido intacto prácticamente, y me parece, insisto, como una buena conversación con cómo hacer obra pública que requiere cumplir con todas estas cuestiones de las que ya hablé antes de una estética o de una idea. Ahora voy a cambiar de que llamo locus. Es una conversación en relación al entorno físico, social, histórico y cultural. Y tiene que ver con muchas cosas que creo nos arraigan a un sitio, que a mí en lo personal y a la oficina nos ha permitido ir a distintos lugares de México y otros continentes sin tener que exportar un estilo o exportar una estética, ¿no? Sino más bien poder ir a todos estos lugares a hacer ese mismo ejercicio que es entender en dónde está uno, ¿no? Para esto les voy a hablar de un proyecto que se llama Tierras, que es vivienda temporal en Palenque, Chiapas. No tengo el cronómetro aquí, ahí me van avisando. En la zona de Palenque hay cultivos muy grandes de este bello árbol que por el tipo de clima, tanto en Palenque como en Guatemala, tuvieron un auge enorme desde principios del siglo pasado para hacer llantas, chicles, preservativos, látex y demás. Y en el caso de Palenque, nos invitan a entender un problema donde nuestro cliente tiene todos estos lee, lo desmenuza y piensa en él, aprende muchas cosas que quizás la imaginación no puede de manera rápida atender. Y decidimos hablar con la gente, hacer una suerte de entrevistas con todas estas personas y familias, madres solteras, abuelos con hijos, otra vez una constitución de la familia muy distinta a la que normalmente imaginan. Y en estas conversaciones pues entendemos lo que quizás a veces es difícil de entender en una visita a un sitio, ¿no? Que son las condiciones de cómo estaban viviendo en este clima, con este calor, con esta humedad y con la pobre construcción que les habían dado en el pasado. E insisto, gente que llevaba viviendo ahí hasta 20 años, y con eso le decimos al cliente, bueno, vamos de regreso al lugar privilegiado que no es el descampado que nos ofreces, sino que es pues este espacio agrónomo, no es 100% natural, pero que desde luego ya hizo quizás el 80% del trabajo, ¿no? Ya frenó la luz del sol, ya frenó parte del agua y ya creó un ecosistema que la arquitectura que podemos hacer con los recursos que nos asignas, pues no podría hacer. Entonces, buscamos sumarnos a la preexistencia, insisto, de este sistema agrónomo con unos entrejes de 5 metros de un lado y 7 hacia el otro, y entendiendo, como decía, ¿no? Las bondades de cómo el follaje ya hace un filtro, de cómo provoca un ecosistema mucho más fresco debajo, pero bueno, como también existen problemas de humedad y de inundación en este ambiente. Y el proyecto es simplemente la reacción a eso que es el locus, ¿no? Y pues es un proyecto de arquitectura muy simple que genera las ecotecnias obvias, con una construcción muy simple, con una mano de obra local, y que busca pues generar, vivienda temporal de lunes a jueves, para que la gente no tenga que hacer estos traslados y el fin de semana ya con tiempo pueda regresar a sus casas. Y es una vivienda que alguna vez hablando con Pablo Landa, busca entender la temporalidad de la vivienda, ¿no? Porque en México estamos acostumbrados a entender, ya se me acabó el tiempo, estamos acostumbrados a entender la vivienda como algo que debe de durar para toda la vida, y pues no es cierto, ¿no? La vivienda para quien vive fuera de donde están las fuentes de empleo no tiene por qué ser permanente. Me voy a tener que ir muy rápido porque me quedan 5 minutos. Y apenas llevo 3 proyectos. Persona. Esta conversación con el individuo y su extensión a grupos físicos e intangibles. Muchas veces como arquitectos se nos olvida que no diseñamos para nosotros, para nuestras capacidades, para nuestras inquietudes, sino para la gente, ¿no? Y que muchas veces esas personas no son arquitectos, sino que son personas. Con esto les quiero mostrar un proyecto que está en proceso, que es el nuevo Museo Dolores Olmedo en Chapultepec, y que esa persona enmarca, por ejemplo, la visión original de la señora Dolores Olmedo, la conversación con las nietas Lupe y Dolores Phillips, con el bosque de Chapultepec, la Secretaría de Medio Ambiente, los especialistas y con la constructora, ¿no? Y cómo a través de todas estas personas que son eso, con inquietudes, con requerimientos, con visiones, pues fuimos entendiendo el legado de la señora Dolores Olmedo, de su relación con Diego Rivera, con Frida Kahlo, entender Chapultepec, el equipamiento de Chapultepec, ¿no? Para poder entender lo que hablaba del CETRAM, entender dónde quedaron estacionamientos, dónde están las salidas de todos los transportes públicos, todos los accesos, y cómo darle a un edificio en Chapultepec pues toda la conectividad con la Ciudad de México, entender el bosque, su historia hídrica e hidrológica e hidráulica, y esta cuestión que alguien mencionaba hace poco que tiene México es la de esta yuxtaposición entre la historia, el presente y lo que muchas veces imaginamos, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, me voy rápido, pero todas estas conversaciones específicas con toda esta gente, que fueron las que nos hicieron entender, por ejemplo, pues la visión de una colección estática contra una exposición nueva, temporal, que requiere de otras escalas, de otras dimensiones, ¿no? Comparada con la colección que se tiene. Una colección permanente y unas nuevas exposiciones temporales. Un proyecto que tuvo que irse adaptando a una forma polígono extraño, que va provocando una serie de circulaciones, que va provocando igual una serie de iluminaciones naturales, y esta yuxtaposición de edificios. Hablábamos con el cliente de cómo no hacer un edificio que tuviera una imagen única o una geometría, sino que más bien fuera esta recolección de espacios, pero que también hablara de esa recolección de edificios, ¿no? Que insisto, tenemos muy poco tiempo, las conversaciones con todas las autoridades, y bueno, un poco todo esto platicando porque el proyecto no es algo que se decidió en la oficina, es un proyecto con todas estas conversaciones que siguen, las que llevamos un año. Es un edificio que tiene que ser de una construcción desmontable por estar en el bosque de Chapultepec, es un edificio prefabricado, y bueno, perdón por la rapidez con la que me obliga aquí el cronómetro. Por último, la representación, que es esa conversación con la acción y el efecto, con las ideas y sus consecuencias. Y hace rato hablaba de cómo nos gusta dibujar, entendiendo que todo lo que hacemos tiene un efecto, todo lo que diseñamos para construir es una acción que tiene un efecto y sus consecuencias. Y escogí un proyecto nuevamente de otra tipología. Esto es un club social en Valle de Bravo, no tiene nada que ver con las otras. De nuevo, es un ejercicio que contamina todas las distintas tipologías que hacemos en la oficina. Y cuando hablo de esta conversación con la representación, hablo de cómo diseñar pensando en que todo lo que hacemos puede tener hasta consecuencias, de cómo las cubiertas están diseñadas para hacer un sistema de captación de agua pluvial, de cómo los materiales que usamos, se ha hablado mucho el día de hoy sobre la utilización de la madera, los usamos no por ser el material por excelencia renovable simplemente, sino como para evitar. Me ha inquietado entrar a una obra de concreto y ver estos cimbrados increíbles y pensar que eso se vuelve basura, ¿no? Entonces, muchos de los proyectos que hacemos tienen que ver con ese salto a un proceso, ¿no? Diseñar una cimbra preciosa y vivirla o habitarla, no luego verterle concreto para después tirarla. Y bueno, es un proyecto que va respetando todos los árboles del entorno, una serie de pabellones. Decidimos pulverizar el proyecto para generar algo más flexible y menos invasivo, pero que a la vez también generara diferentes experiencias, ¿no? Entonces hay un edificio que es para comer, otro para hacer ejercicio y uno para el hedonismo. Proyectos que, insisto, se van pensando para conceptualizar espacios interiores que están diseñados con sistemas estructurales expuestos, ¿no? que ahorran la cancelería, que ahorran el acero, y que aunque sí usan madera, el fin es minimizar el proceso o el uso de materiales, ¿no? Casi habitar unas estructuras y revestirlas de la manera más simple. Entonces, estos espacios mucho más egoístas y hedonistas que los que mostré anteriormente, pero que forman un cuerpo de trabajo que creo que sin duda es importante entender, ¿no? Para poder ir atendiendo las necesidades de nuestros clientes. El por qué pulverizamos el proyecto para ir respetando todos estos árboles. Y de nueva cuenta, estas fotos de la construcción que me gustan mucho porque hablan de esa honestidad de cómo diseñamos y habitamos casi las estructuras. Y este ya es el último, que es este espacio de spa, que de nueva cuenta habla mucho del sistema constructivo y como les decía, pues cada trazo y cada raya en la oficina va solucionando el cómo se insertan los vidrios, evitando aluminio y se estructura de una manera menos agresiva, con menos uso de acero y tornillerías. Y bueno, perdón por la premura y muchas gracias por venir hasta acá.
Thank you. Good evening. And thank you very much for the invitation. Transform to repair. For a long time, by taking the time and the curiosity to carefully observe what we have around us, we have understood its value. And it became clear to us that existing situations are full of riches and capacities and much more interesting than working on an empty space. We understood and we experienced how the existing imposes new strategies of looking, of surveying, of analyzing, of designing, of thinking architecture and urbanism. The transformation of the existing, which is for us the way of working with the existing, because the existing, except monuments, heritage, needs a lot of time to be upgraded, to be transformed, to have an evolution. And the transformation is an important issue today, and certainly part of the solution to repair the city and to make it better. Transform first means make with the existing, with everything already there, to invent or reinvent with what we have in hand, to transform with minimum material, with economy, intelligence, kindness, to do more with less. Built with the existing. Built with nature. This was a project for building a house on the seaside in the southwest of France. It was in a forest full of pine trees, and our plot was full of 40 big pine trees. And we had to build a house there. So that was a big challenge, because how to keep the site with its quality. It's on the sand dune, very fragile, but also with a fantastic view on the sea in front of us, on the bay. Around the houses that are built, before they cut trees, they make a clearing, and then the house is built on the ground there. So for this house, for us, it was important that after the construction, the site would be not worse than before, but even the same or much better. So we decided for the project that first, we would not cut any tree, and second, we will raise up the house from the ground to keep the sand dune intact without the impact of concrete floor. So when we built the house with small steel elements that could be built in between the trees, without any idea of scenographing the trees, but just trying to insert the house inside. No large foundation on the ground, only some columns made like needles. And the house is like this, elevated of 3 to 4 meters above the ground, and keep all the trees outside, but also inside, and also helps to keep the view above the bushes. So one tree in the corridor in between bathroom and bedroom, and inside the architecture disappears, and just the openness and the view to the sea becomes important. And it's even important because in that place, which is really unique, because there are not a lot of places like there now, still now, the value of the house itself is rather nothing compared to the value of the site. So the architecture is really at a place, means occupying the site for a while, but not damaging the situation. Built with the existing in a completely different situation, it's also make with the housing blocks. The housing blocks, which have been built massively around the cities in the 60s, 70s, and that today are very often subject of rejection, of questions, what to do for this building, because today they are at a time where renovations are possible, and very often they cause a lot of problems. So when we took very seriously this question, and we studied a long time ago this issue, when in France the national program of urban renovation started to renovate these places, but based on the demolition of a big amount of these units. So make with the housing blocks, to transform, to reuse, to upgrade, to extend life, to reinvent, to do more with less. Because the demolition is not economical, transform in a very good way 3 good dwellings when demolish one and just rebuild one. So, and we arrived to this studying the different places, different case study, to understand what was the reason of this program of demolition. We arrived to this very strong statement: never demolish, never subtract, never remove or replace, always reuse, transform, give a new life with and for the inhabitants. And also from the first project, we also decided that forever we will not cut any alive tree. So at this time, at the early 2000s, we decided to do a research to understand that this program of demolition, and to research alternative solutions, because we found very difficult to accept that places which are not so old, 40, 50 years, they should not be considered at the end of the life, and they should not be considered so bad that the demolition should be the only option. And it's important to understand that finally today the existing situations are the new material for the project. So this study that we name PLUS, the large housing development are exceptional cases. We studied the different places, different locations with different construction systems to see what was possible to improve the quality of these buildings that were considered as obsolete. So, and started from the big number of examples like this one with big blocks built very fast at the time, because there was a huge need of providing housing in the 60s. So from that situation, we thought that with simple actions like opening walls, creating balconies, what some other buildings of the same time, good architecture, they did, and they are still very good places to live. So for us, we thought that it could be a rather simple operation that could be done now in many cases, and it's what we wanted to study. So change this basic situation with absolutely no quality, a small window in a wall that prevents to see anything outside, that limits natural light, with no outdoor space to go out and profit of the view and fresh air, that just removing the wall, replacing by the large glass window, creating an extension as a balcony or small terrace, would radically change the situation, but also reintegrate In the lower level, more services, which very often has disappeared, like a keeper, a concierge that could help everybody or give informations or help in a lot of things. Reintroduce, why not, offices of working spaces housing, or children places to like a swim, to play, children garden, sauna, washing machine, meeting space. So all of these spaces that have disappeared, that while they were creating the relations between the inhabitants. And the first thing that we can observe is now that all of this is missing, because the places are monozoning and they are just places for housing. So the transformation of the existing housing is definitely the opportunity to massively upgrade the quality of all housing and make very good housing affordable, more spacious, more comfortable, more energy efficient, with less money, and no longer determined by economic, regulatory, or normative minimums, but by maximum generosity and sustainability. And this opportunity is very important at a time where everywhere, in every city, there is the housing shortage is very important, and that the cities and the states don't arrive to provide enough decent housing to shelter everybody. So one of the examples that we arrived to achieve in this topic, and that was very difficult to discuss about this strategy of transformation, but we found here and there a few persons, directors of social housing companies, who adhere to this strategy of transformation and accepted to work in that way. This is a project in Bordeaux of 3 and the city planned to demolish them and to rebuild this number